Welcome. How's things going today? How come this is not working? No, it's working. Hello? That's working. Hello? That should be good. That should be good. Can't see my beard. Alright. Time for the grind. Almost have South Hope finished. We will get there. Oh, I think yeah, I got it in check because I went to go check. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Another great day. Might be a little bit short of a stream today, but we will see. We will see. Here we go. Here we go. More fun. Then we can get to mining, setting up a mine so you can see the different tier system. And then we'll go from there. Broke the system. Little bit of a lag hiccup there. Don't know what that was. Still gotta get that little bit of a mound over there. And I think there is also a little bit of a low spot that I gotta fix up to. This is the fun part. It's a good thing nobody's in chat at the moment. Huh? Maybe I'll actually jump into Discord to hide in your Discord. And that way, if anyone does have any questions, that's off. I'm in the off topic. Where's the help? There's the help.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Not too bad, not too bad. How about you?
Good. I see you're back in the Discord channels.
Yeah. This is kind of turned into my main Discord now.
Nice. I just figured
Yeah.
I'd come in here. I'm streaming again, so I figured I'd come in here and see how people are doing in Discord.
So, did I meet you yesterday?
We met a couple days ago.
All right. Did I show my farm to you? Or my machine or whatever, like automation?
You were working on it.
Do you want to see the progress?
Absolutely, I would love to.
So, currently I've left it overnight, so there's a lot of stuff everywhere. But I've made the system, um, reliable. So the only unreliability is this, but this is over 8 hours, so this ain't that bad actually. Um,
That isn't that bad.
yeah,
But
and
okay,
so
so hold on though. Let me. So you have it all going up. So why is
yeah,
it why is it why are you getting that?
the
That's the
reason,
question.
yeah, the reason is that because I'm a really like kind of visuals guy, and I love doing this in Minecraft. But what I'm gonna do is find where the glass is first and put glass panes up here. But I just haven't got to it.
So there's windows in Bridgeport.
All right.
And I believe if you want the stone, I believe there is stone windows as well.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but go back up to the top. So they're all coming up to there. Then they're getting. So are you? Why do you have the gem cutter there?
Because basically the reason it first of all goes around is because there's a bug where if this is facing that way, it has a chance to get stuck, and that will cause the game it would go over the
Okay,
sides. It
but
go in there.
yeah, but I'm not.
Mm.
I understand the harvester, but I'm talking about the gem cutter.
This.
Yes.
Oh,
So
I don't know. Just put
so
it there anyway.
I would remove. So that will probably help with some of the issues you're having. I'd remove it from there because every item that's going in there is checking to see if it's a gem. So you want that at the end where your gems are going into.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, but the thing is that I already built this part, and then I forgot. Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta put this in. I'll
but
be.
all you would have to do is add uh one conveyor on the end. It wouldn't actually add too much
Yeah,
to it.
but the thing is that I'd have to move all of this, and also there'll be a gap here, and there's only one, but like I'm really like I just really want to keep it, somewhat similar.
Yeah, fair enough. But that's where some of this overspill can come in because what's happening is every piece of gold and that it's trying to figure out whether or not it is a gem and then cutting it. And the other thing is all of this stuff that's lying down
Hmm.
on the ground, like I'm not talking about that ore. I'm talking about like the stuff that you just picked up. You're so what I've done um is I built a room for my extra stuff. So like
Yeah.
a storage room. And instead of like leaving it on the ground because oh, thank you. Um instead of leaving it on the ground,
Hmm.
um put it somewhere. So um
Yeah. The thing is that like I literally just moved it,
yeah, I know.
so
But
just
I'm
leave it
just
in it.
saying though, like the more stuff that like all those pipes that are just lying down, if
Hmm.
if you actually place them rather than dropping them, then it becomes it changes the best way to put it is it changes the idea of it. If it's lying on the ground, it's just an item lying on the ground. So it's
Hmm.
adding to any kind of frame loss that you may get rather than um rather than if you place it, it's now not an item on the ground, it's a fixture. So it will reduce the leg.
I mean, I don't have lag. That's the thing. I've got a
You
decent
do
PC.
it well, even though that you don't have PC leg, the in-game you do have some in-game issues, or else you wouldn't have that happening.
No, I know why. It's because hold up. It's because basically basically there is a texture. Okay, there is a texture bug where the I can't move this. Where basically there is a bug where there is the funnel and the smelter are line up next to each other flawlessly. But there is a bug where the texture is actually smaller than that, so it can sometimes just pop through the side. They fixed that in the next patch, but I'm gonna trust you. I have pirated this game and I'm planning on buying it today. Because the thing is that I'm not that rich. I don't have much money, so I pirate games, see if they're good, and then save up some money, which I've done, and I'm gonna buy it today. So
Yeah, I think it's actually on sale right now.
yeah, that's also why.
Oh, it's a reflective plank or carpet. Yeah, it's been a while. I had a death in the family. Then I ended up with COVID twice, and and then to top it
Oh,
all off,
oh, oh, oh,
I ended up
oh. Okay, there we go.
having
That's better.
an issue
But
with.
that bug is it's really easy to fix. Like I don't know if they have fixed it, but like I've heard that they fixed it in the patch, but I haven't tested it, well, because I don't actually have a game. Um, but uh, yeah. Hopefully,
You know that I am streaming on Twitch, right?
well,
So
I'm
be
gonna be
careful.
buying it today
Be
anyway.
careful
So
on how much you say about that.
yeah, yeah. It's whatever.
Um, yeah, just give me a minute.
Yeah.
I'm talking to chat here quickly. So,
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
um,
it's fine.
yeah. So, and then I end up running into an issue with one of my viewers, and oh my goodness, the chaos that one viewer can create is unbelievable. So it's
Fucking
been a
kidding me.
rough few weeks.
Oh, fuck.
Oh man, that sucks. Hopefully you get better, because like I'm just getting over it still. And I woke up today and I feel like the last couple days I was feeling a lot better, but now it's again like I feel like shit again. And it just doesn't make sense to me what's going on with it. But yeah, so it, I wasn't going to start streaming again just because of what was happening with one viewer. But then I was like, I'm feeling better. Let's get it done. But with the death in the family, I basically have lost my whole family because of it. My grandmother passed away, and my family's just being stupid about it. And like, so my uncle has been stealing from my grandmother, and she told me this like years ago. Like, when I say years, well, 5 years ago, she told me that my uncle got her to sign for a RV and all kinds of different things. And when my grandmother was in the hospice, like on deathbed, my uncle took remortgaged the house in her name.
Oh, this is gonna get laggy.
So
Oh
like
yeah. Oh
it,
yeah,
it
that's
just
laggy.
it just like it's been a mess, and it cost us because we went down because
It sometimes fucking does. And
Patty
it crashed.
um
Fuck's sake, man.
here, let me turn that down for a second. But Patty was teaching in Ontario, and that's where my family was. or is. And come on, turn down. Like, oh, what just happened? Why isn't this working? Oh, it is. Yeah, it looks like my Discord messed up anyways. So yeah. So about 5 years ago, my grandma was telling me this stuff, and that's when she started going downhill. Like, my grandmother passed away when she was 99. So, like, she lived a long life. But she was falling out of bed. So one of her health workers had said, you need to get this certain bed, like basically like a hospital bed, so that you don't fall out of bed anymore. Well, that bed was going to be just over $10,000. Well, this is when she started realizing it, because my uncle, my dad, my stepmom, like, everybody's like, no, you're not spending $10,000 on a bed. And like, that's where things started, because I was like, no. I talked to my grandmother, I'm like, no. This is the end of your life. You've looked after your family all of these years. So if you need a $10,000 bed, get it. Like, like, don't listen to anyone else, even if it's like for a week. My stepmom's response to me on that was, why would you talk your grandmother into getting a $10,000 bed? What if she dies tomorrow? And I just said to him, then she dies happy. Like, why wouldn't you want your mother-in-law, well, in her case, I could understand it, but my dad, like, why wouldn't you want your mother to be comfortable? So it's just been a huge mess like that. And I ended up having it out with my dad on my dad's birthday. I sat down with him at a coffee shop and just said, listen, what are you doing? I said, if your dad, like my dad's dad, my grandpa, I said, if your dad was here, your dad would slap you upside the head with the stuff that's going on. What are you doing? This is your mother, and you're going to be like this? Well, I'm just sticking up for my brother. Well, you wouldn't have a brother if it wasn't for your mother. So smarten up. And then he didn't think I knew what was going on. And then I told him, like, all the financial stuff that was going on. And I'm like, you're going to stick up for your brother when your brother's done all of this stuff? Like, and then he started blaming other family members, and I got blamed because, like, why would you talk her into buying a bed, and why would you talk her into this and that? And it's like, I didn't talk her into anything. I told her, like, this is your last years of life. Enjoy them. Do what you need to do to enjoy it. Like, and I told him, like, I told my dad, I'm like, your mother looked after you all of these years, gave you a house, gave you cars, bought you stuff when you needed it, paid for the roof on your house, paid for the electricity to change from aluminum wiring to regular wiring, so you still had insurance. And then you're gonna treat her like this? My grandmother was in hospice for almost a year. My dad went up and visited her twice. And I was like, she's on her deathbed and you didn't even go up to visit her. Like, oh. So yeah, it's been pretty rough. So anyway, so we stayed there, but then because of the family dynamics, we ended up having to extend all kinds of stuff, and it literally cost us almost $6,000 on top of the 3,000 that we had already paid. So like that financially was just, it's just been hard. And then having a viewer be nasty wasn't fun. They tried having my Twitch deleted, like all kinds of stupid things. I was like, really? You're gonna play these games? So I had to go provide proof on stuff, and how did you mess up hijinks? Hijinks, sorry. I remember you said it's more like hijinks. Oh yeah, trust me. Like when everything was going on, like I just said like I don't have a family anymore. Like they're not gonna have anything to do with me, all because of stupid money. And I was like, really, like couple $1,000. You're going to like give up your relationship with your mother over a couple $1,000. And but the thing is it's like they screwed things up. It, it wasn't out of the blue. Like, so I've known about it for quite a few years now, and like, and my whole family didn't know, because I'm not the type of person to sit there and create drama in my family. I've always been like, okay, whatever. Like I'm kind of the black sheep of the family, and I know that I don't never really fit in with my family. So, but like with my grandmother, like it just at the end. So my stepmom is not um is a person that creates a lot of drama in our family. And I'm not saying it because she's my stepmom. I'm saying that because that's just the truth. And my grandmother realized that. So my grandmother and I didn't have a good relationship until probably about 7-8 years ago, and it's because of things that were being said by my stepmother. So it just, like, my family, I grew up in child and family services, children's aid, I don't know what you call it in your country, but so I didn't grow up living with my dad or my mom. I grew up in care in group homes. So like that just shows you that my family's been a mess. Well, maybe you're not doing something like how far did you get? And hijinks, you got to understand that, like, I like yesterday when I was doing that, like, I've been, I've got like multiple saves under my belt. I've done it several times, so you may not be able to replicate what I did exactly with the money because I just I have become more efficient with it. So, but I will tell you, if you use, hold on, I gotta go let my dog in. I'll be back. I'm just gonna put a commercial on quickly so that people coming in don't have to worry about watching a commercial. I'm not gonna be sitting here for about 30 seconds, so it won't change for you. So I'll be back in a second. Sorry about that. I am back. Let me get my headset on here. Okay, did you go with like if you went with the iron, they're only 26 coin a piece. And the intake for the iron is like I think 60 some odd coin. Like the tier 1, like from the starter area. Not the Cloudium pipes. Okay. Well, I will then go into that save and then show you maybe there's something you might have missed. It's did I stream load? My stuff didn't save. Are you kidding me? And there's like all the stuff's gone. Like there's no shovel.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
What in the
Oh
world?
fuck. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Oh fuck. Oh shit. What have I done?
Hmm.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Mate, I'm
This
fucking
is
hard.
I've not had this
Oh.
happen before.
Come here, you go there. There. That was pretty fucking stupid. Jesus.
So this stuff's here, but there's no shovel, there's no cart, there's no nothing. Weird.
Clear.
Yeah, if you get on Discord and stream it, I can look at it. Yes, I've not only seen it, I've been playing it. I've got I've got most of the things unlocked with it. Most of the characters unlocked. There's the one character, or well, two characters, but killing death I haven't done. But the one where you kill the green Grim Reaper, I've done that many times. And then like I looked it up and people said, "Oh, you just press down um and enter and you get the
What
character." And
the
I was like,
fuck?
"This is not working."
That is insane. What the fuck?
Why? If you go to the
Just know it's a
Hydroneer
bit nutty.
Discord, that's where I'm in right now. He's in the Hydroneer one. And I'm in channel 1. If you're in the game, if you go to the... Oops, let me go into the game. That's just messed up. I don't know what happened to my save. But if you go here, like there's these at the very bottom of the page. If you click on the Discord
Hey, Ganda,
link, it'll come up. Yes, what's up?
quick question. You look at my screen. Do you know much about like what's it? Do you know much about like what's the best or like gem to pick when making a necklace? Because I've got three, and I don't know, is it better with weight or is it better with price?
Um, it really the more it weighs, the more it costs, or the higher the price. So you just pick the one with the most weight and most cost.
Yeah, but like, for example, this one here is 1,583 and 39 grand. But I have another one that is 1,260 weight. Well, that doesn't fucking. Did I pick up the wrong one? Or am I just being stupid?
No, you picked up that was the first one you picked up.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was the red one. And then this one. Is that even a fucking? Wait, am I just being stupid? This one weighs more, doesn't it? Yeah, it
It
does. Why
does.
the? Well, should I pick the Onyx though? Because there's a 10% more value, or should I just kind of keep it?
Yeah, it's up to you. When dealing with necklaces, the gold is the base of what is going to give you the most value out of it. The gem just adds a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
So, a if you make a ring with whatever gem, whatever the shape of the gem is the shape that necklace will turn in. So some people will go by shape because the gems are usually around the same price. So when you're dealing with stuff that is that like how do I quite put it? When you're dealing with that high of price of stuff, like even a small one, you're looking at like thousands of gold, right? But your setup, you're looking at like millions of gold worth, right? So 20,000 is nothing when you're making a million coin worth item.
Yeah. So where is the hammer? That's the hammer.
Hi Jinx, did
So
you make it in?
boom, boom, boom. That's right. You said something.
Oh, I was talking with my chat.
Damn, dude. 750,000.
Yeah, we should. Now that's the price that you get when you sell it to a jeweler. If you sell it to the market and the market is up, you're gonna get more money for it.
Yeah, where's the market? Like for this type of thing?
I'm streaming.
Hey boys.
Hello.
Okay, so does anyone want to maybe like join me in Hydroneer?
Depends. What are you doing?
I'm now starting.
Hmm?
I said I'm just now starting.
Okay, so
I've just bought the game.
yeah, I see you in there. Go back to the plot of land.
I'm not just now starting.
I'll talk to you through
Oh.
my stream rather than Discord because they seem to be that's the one thing
Playing since 3 days ago.
with
I have just
this
flipped my truck
Discord
upside down.
is people are excited about the game and come in and talk a lot.
Do you know where to sell a necklace? Where can you sell a necklace to the market?
Jeweler.
Yeah, but don't they take different things though, right?
I'm pretty
No,
sure
I mean the market.
Oh wait, I think I'm watching the wrong person.
No,
Bishop.
no, no.
Sorry, there we go.
Yeah, because this one here, it takes iron. And the one over there takes gold.
Okay, so
I know, it's not
I'm
that
watching your
difficult,
stream
but
now,
750,000
so I can see you
is
have.
a lot of money,
So
guys. Fuck it.
here's the first thing that I. So when you said that you were with the piping, it's because you have your pipes too far. If you take your intake
872
pipe,
grand. I'm in the
you
UK,
can.
so it's probably gonna be really
If you
laggy,
walk
but I'm
over
just
to
having a
where that
chat with
elbow
you.
is, so move to the. Yeah, take that piece. Take
I've
the
only
other
gotten it
straight pipe
today,
out.
so
Nope, leave that there. Nope, that elbow that you just took off, you leave that one there.
yeah, he's streaming.
So another thing is when you're trying to place thing, if you use your scroll wheel, it will move it around the different blocks. So if you hit T and Y, there we go. Now you scroll wheel and it'll move. Yeah, there you go. So now you should be able to take the intake and hook it directly into there. So that's saving you 2 pipes right there.
Like literally, like yesterday, I had my first 10,000, and now today, from leaving it overnight, I have 800,000. I did get 100,000 yesterday, but that doesn't really beat 800,000.
So there's a. So I think the one that you're talking. So Vampire Survivor is a game where you play as a vampire and you have to last 30 minutes. There's also a vampire one where it's like a Call of Duty but vampire and you jump on buildings. I have that one as well, and that is a fun one. And I think that's the one that you're talking about playing together.
How'd you manage? How'd you manage to do that, Chief?
But so again, like you can see that little things like like moving your pipe, you just saved yourself like 50 coin by moving that pipe. And you can actually move it one more square over.
So I stopped the bike with my right hand, which is the forward wheel's brake. So the bike just fucking flipped over and landed on
I don't
top.
know why this is not working. Let's go into
Rookie
creative
mistake.
so I can get
And that's why
at
I do
least
not
the
use
items.
brakes at all. Ride BMX. No brakes.
All my coins gone. My truck's gone. Everything's gone.
Lol. I'm breaking the law every day then, lol.
But I'll show you what I'm talking about.
No, Denmark too. Denmark too, yeah.
Yeah, we're doing a biking test. We were doing our biking test. So
Yeah, that's what I figured when you said we should play together. That's what I was figuring.
This was right. I did everything right, but I just fell.
So if you oh, I grabbed the wrong pipe. Shoot.
Why did you need to do a test?
I don't know.
Or do you need like a bike riding license or something?
I mean, I got my license. I could ride the bike before, but now I just said, hey, I can do this now.
You need a license to ride a bike?
No,
Yeah,
no,
bro, I
like
didn't
now I
need a
just have a
license
license
to
to show off, I guess. Now I can just show, yeah, I have my biking license.
Lol.
I don't know.
Actually, that's
if
pretty much where you have
but
yours.
I'll make you do it.
But so like you can just play around with it to get it. So this is actually a little bit closer to it,
Hello, chicken
to your
nuggets.
area.
Oh, fuck.
So you could do it this way. Like
Sorry, what?
move it like one more. So where you are
Yeah, Rocky, I made some progress.
is yours is right there,
Well, let's see.
right? If you take it and move it literally 2 blocks over,
It was like, oh,
that's putting you closer to the dirt here.
it would be better if it was beneath the surface, but
Yeah, I know. You've told me this yesterday.
I know, and I'm going to tell you it again. It'd be better if it was beneath the surface.
Bro, I'm gonna buy the game today, alright? Fuck off.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna buy the game today, alright? Fuck off.
What do you mean you're
What
gonna buy
game?
the game today?
I don't actually have the game.
Oh,
Bro,
how are you
Yeah.
playing it?
I may not have unlegitimately downloaded it, but I am buying it today because you know, when your boy doesn't have money and he wants to play a game, you know,
You're gonna want to try it first, without spending money before you actually do.
yeah.
So
And if you
hijinks,
enjoy it, buy it.
do you see
Did you get it?
like
then?
do you see what I'm talking about?
Without realizing if you enjoyed it or not.
bro,
I
had
did
someone-
enjoy.
Bro,
Yeah, okay. So like and those are things that
Yes, I do.
I just do out of habit, right?
There was some
I try to
bullshit
find
right.
the
I could
closest.
do more, to be fair. Actually, there are multiple. What's your
No,
name?
I'm actually streaming on Twitch. So
Yeah,
everything that you guys are saying in chat or in Discord is going
Yeah.
through my Twitch, by the way.
So,
Bro.
what's up, Twitch? My name's
Just-
Rocky109.
Hey, Thunder, delete the VOD.
You realize that, you know, I can mute you guys, like, so if you want to sit there and like spam balls again, like, I don't care. Go ahead.
Just
Mute works wonders.
Helmet God, watch this quick. Do you want to see my new setup? So we're at South Hope, obviously. Dual intake, spinning a bit of pressure.
Hey, Thunder, do you want
This
to
is
join
meant
a
to be an
different,
auto-fixing
VC?
setup.
Yeah, I
Down
can
the
help you
hole.
with it. I can help you with
Down the
it.
hole.
Thunder?
Got my started to get the.
Yeah, jump down a channel. There we go.
Fucking idiots.
Oh, I know, but it's like you tell us
Yeah, dude.
you-
It's just that everyone in that VC was being stupid.
yeah. Oh, they're all gonna join. I'll just mute button works good. So like
Who's
if
the one that was streaming on Twitch?
Dunder is streaming,
Thunder.
Yeah,
What's your
that's gonna
Twitch? I'll go
join.
give you a follow.
thank you.
What is it? Is it Dunder?
Dunder's Thunder. So Dunder with an S and then Thunder.
Follow me,
Okay.
I can send you a link. I can send you a link.
Sure, I got it up on my phone. Dunder's Thunder. Oh yeah, I got it.
Have you got affiliate yet? Yeah, you have.
Thanks for the
Affiliate.
thanks for the follow. Yes, I have actually.
Stream open for a bit. Oh yeah, you got affiliate. So yeah, my friend was grinding for that for quite a while.
Yeah, I got it as well.
I used to want to stream, but you know, I had a Ryzen 3, so and 8 gigs of RAM, so it was never possible.
Yeah.
But I do have a better PC now.
Do I have a better PC now? Or you have a better
No,
PC?
I got a better PC now.
Oh, okay. I was like, I've always had a good PC.
What's in your
My
PC?
PC is god awful. My CPU is so bad I could barely run Hydroneer when I had a longer
Hey,
setup.
Thunder,
Yes. Yes.
who have you muted?
I haven't muted anyone yet, but if
Oh,
if people are going to make comments that are just ridiculous just because I'm streaming, then I will start muting people, and I have no
Yeah.
problem doing that.
Yo, I got
Quick
£800.
suggestion.
£800 iron. When it gets to 900, I go get 3 more harvesters. I think.
yeah, Rocky. I just got £30,000 and I made a. Oh
Yeah,
no, I
my
still have
setup's
30.
actually. I did the also. I don't know who I saw this on,
Oh
but
my
I
god,
copied this
I
bit.
have
I copied this. That's
1,300
really
I
nice.
do have a sub animation.
Let's see what my cloud team's looking like. It's this one.
It
My
should
cloud
I
be.
don't think I
is
actually have. What,
£31.
38?
Hey Rocky, did you take some inspiration from my
Yes,
setup?
this I love it.
Give me a
Honestly,
second. Let
I'm
me
just
let me
gonna
look
keep
at that.
going back. Keep going back, and probably off to this side.
I don't know why my Discord's being weird.
Because it's really compact and you
Yeah,
save
it's
on
compact
pipes.
and it's sexy.
You also save on pipes too.
Yeah,
So sexy.
Hey,
and I can also put it on
Thunder,
this side too, going in there.
Yes.
I'll probably do the exact
Quick
same for this
suggestion,
3 coming into here. Probably fit another few layers back, which I'll probably do.
quick suggestion. Do delete the VOD after.
Delete what?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to delete the VOD. I use the VODs to, like, I'll be using the VODs to pull information out so that I can make videos.
Bro, show me your Claudium.
The thing is, you
What,
all
me?
private it because somebody said a certain word that is
Yo, Rocky, wanna have another VC?
Or he
It's
could just,
kinda
like-
loud in here.
I mean, like,
Yeah,
you
I'll
could
go.
totally just censor it, bro.
VC4?
That's all I. That's all I have to do is censor.
All right. What?
Okay, alright, so I'm totally just gonna like stream Hydrogen if you guys don't mind.
Yes, whatever, dude.
Okay. Alright, so yeah,
Are you kidding me? I had it should be working. Let me see.
Hey, how's it going, my guys? Yeah, streaming Hydroneer. Not my first time, but you know, Hydroneer stream, fun. So got a bit of an early start. Started myself up before I started streaming. Yeah. Anyways, so continue what you were saying.
I'm probably gonna hop out of VC because, well, I'm tired. I just had 2 exams today, and
Let me
I feel
go.
like absolute devils.
Oof.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me check a couple things here.
I'm just gonna chill to music. Yeah, I'll be back eventually.
Okay.
Just wanted to see what people are up to. So, see ya.
I wonder. All right. Yeah. See ya. But does anyone in VC want to like maybe join me or anything? Anything?
It actually isn't showing that it. Ah, interesting.
God, I dropped a Claudium bar that I was gonna sell.
Yeah, I'm not even showing that that there's that you subbed.
So yeah, anyone in VC?
Like
426.
in the activity feed, the last feed was 4 minutes ago, which was Apollo.
Okay. I'm guessing no one in VC wants to join my game. All right.
Is it showing on? Let me see. Yeah, it's not. That's weird.
So everyone's leaving, bro. Only like 2 people left. Let's
It didn't even show in chat either. Thanks a lot, Render. Greatly appreciated. I appreciate the lurk.
and of course it takes water powers.
I apologize for that. I'm going to look into it, but there might be a delay or something. But it, like, both on my OBS, when I'm looking in my OBS, I only have the 2 follows that just came through, and then 21 hours ago is like I got rated 21 hours ago. So yeah, so it didn't even show up, which I apologize. There it is. See? Oh, you gifted a sub there. So the gifted sub works. Rocky, welcome to the stream. No, because Prime subs work. I couldn't tell you why it didn't, like, so I know that the subs were working because the other day somebody did sub with a Prime and it came up. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. I'll replay it. That was from the other day. Ice Roads did a sub the other day. And that was a Prime sub. Because it shows me, like, Ice Roads has subscribed Prime. So, that's weird that yours didn't show up. But I greatly appreciated it. So, where's... Oh, Bishop, you're not... Or, sorry, Hijinks, you're not streaming anymore. Still not streaming. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a look and see how yours is playing out, and then I can give you a couple tips like that water tip.
Ooh, someone's streaming on Discord, it seems. Who's streaming? I wonder. That is very laggy to watch. Okay, alrighty then. Where is the on switch for this thing?
Okay. Why is it not... give me a second here. I clicked on yours, but for some reason it took me to Huskies. There we go. I think this is yours. Okay, go. Sorry. Go back to your hijinks. Go back to the plot.
You scared me. Okay. You spooked me a little bit.
Now, where's like, show me what you've been doing, and I want to see like what, how you have been doing your mining. So there's a trick that if you hold E, you can, it will like extend your arms if you hold it down, so you can get a better placement that way rather than dropping it, especially when on a hill. If you drop it on a hill, it usually tends to want to slide.
Okay, well, I'm not the person you're talking to, but I definitely didn't know that, so thanks for the useful information.
Well, I wasn't sure if you knew it as well, but yeah.
Thank you as well. Okay. So that's how I put the shards in there. Okay. Am I supposed to put the shards in the
So holding E to put a shard in the pressure pipe, that's how I put them in. Now with that, you can also rotate them. So if you E, you can rotate it by using T and R, and then you just rotate it so it's almost straight up. If you're watching my stream still, you can see that if I hit T, it rotates it. So see how your bucket is I'll get my bucket in the same orientation. So your bucket's in the same orientation as mine. If you hit T, I mean, it rotates it, and then you can have it so it's almost flat. And oops, wrong button. Ghosting keyboard, love it. Oops, E. And Y also works. So Y does the one axis and then R does the other. So what you want to do is just have it set up. So what I would do is I would set it up so it's like, if you're watching my stream, so it's on that same angle, and then bring it over and drop it.
Should I put multiple shards in or what?
I would smelt the shards down into a bar, and then put a bar in.
Okay, so I have to smelt them down to a bar to be able to use it, right?
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to sneeze into my mic.
I'll be right back. By the way, if you don't know what you're hearing, those are my dogs running to the house, which means my parents are home. So, and they brought back Chick-fil-A. So what can you do?
So in your case right now, you have enough pipe to bring that straight out. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start a new one because this didn't save, obviously, and all my equipment is gone. So let's go here, go. Oh, because I didn't do the stream cloud saving. That's right. All right. Confirm delete. There we go. So new game. We'll do stream. We'll do cloud. Oh, I won't do creative mode. New game. All right. So if you're watching my stream, you're best to bring the cart down to where you're digging. Oh, I'll just drop that there. So this is how I do it for the most effective way. I will stand in the cart and I'll try to stand on the edge so that I can drop it into the middle of the cart. Then I'll fill up the bucket. And it's 4 shovels to fill up the bucket. And then drop the dirt into the bucket. Again, like, this is going to be your fastest way of doing it. Because this is, oops, sometimes you're going to pick up, like, the cart. And again, like, I'm not worried about the looks. This is a starter plot. So I'm not worried about how it looks. So then this is how I would do this, because I'm not, again, like, this is just to get, like, a little bit of gold, right? So I like to try to keep them. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just talking with chat. I'm streaming to Twitch, so I'm talking to chat. You kind of want to try to keep all your nuggets, like, or all your dirt in the same area, so that when you're actually going to use the bucket on them, they're all in the same way. And the reason why is because when I'm doing the bucket, I'll show you. Come on. So when I'm doing this part, let's see if I can get it dropped in a good position. They're all in the same area. So it's literally just crap. There we go. Like, I want to be as efficient as possible, right? So literally, like, they're all in the same area, so I'm not having to, like, click here, click there, click there. Like, I try to do it all in the same area, right? Hey, Tug, how's it going? Oops. Sir, give me a second. Is it Husky talking?
Huxley? Yeah.
Huxley, sorry.
You're fine, bro. You're fine, bro. Yeah, it's Huxley talking. I'm trying to figure out where I can buy the upgraded shovel.
Upgraded shovel is going to be in Bridgeport.
Okay, you mean like main shop? Like the one that you start out at?
No, the where you start is not Bridgeport. Bridgeport is across the water.
Okay.
But you won't need, okay, so you don't need the upgraded shovel until you're going down to tier 2 dirt. The starting area only has tier 1 dirt. So I wouldn't, sorry, what's that? Faster no, it doesn't do faster digging. It's changed on how the shovel works. So the way it worked before is a regular shovel would do 1, and then the upgraded shovel did 3. It's not that case anymore.
It did 2, but okay,
Or 2, sorry, you're right.
you're fine, bro.
So that's not how it works now. The way it works is it's a tier system now. So you have a tiered dirt system that tier 1, so tier 1 equipment and tier,
Planning on moving, like, I got enough money, so
yeah. So when you move, that's when I would get this shovel. Because tier 1 shovel will only work on tier 1 dirt. A tier 2 shovel will work on tier 2 and tier 1 dirt. So if you move to a new location and you don't have tier 2 equipment, again, I would still use a tier 1 shovel, because that will tell you where your tier 1 and tier 2. Once you hit tier 2, it just stops working.
okay, alrighty then. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, no problem.
Why is palladium so expensive? Brendan? I mean, like, I know it's rare and all, but I mean, like, what's different about it? I know you can make stuff with blueprints, or at least that's how it was.
You can't make, there's no blueprints the way it was so how it was before, it's not like that anymore. The way it works is in Ice Helm, there's a shop, and you have to, instead of making like pipes and you used to be able to make like a shield, and you had to like do the different things, and in order for you to get to the different, like it was like a tier system where you needed, I know there was candles, shield, there was like daggers and different things, and you had to have the blueprints for it. Now that's not the case.
Okay, alrighty then. Thank you again.
No problem. But the Cloutium you need to, so you're going to need 300 Cloutium to make a tier 2 drill. The tier 2 drill takes 1000 iron and 300 Cloutium. To do Cloutium boosters, there's 60 Cloutium. Rocky, so what you're saying is true,
So I just read off
but it's also not necessarily accurate. And I will show you. So 8 blocks down, it depends on
Is it weird that I love
the location. This game is quite fun.
Yeah, alrighty then. Okay, so does every area except for the starting area have tier 2 dirt?
So there's tier 2 and tier 3, and every area except for the starting area has tier 2 and tier 3 dirt. But again, like until you get tier 2 equipment, like a tier 2 drill and a tier 2 harvester, stick with tier 1 and stick with a tier 1 shovel.
Okay, alrighty then. So where's the cheapest place to move then?
That's a preference. So that would depend on who you talk to.
Where's the place that costs the less?
The cost, I believe the least cost is the Aquafarm. Medu. I think that's the cheapest. Like one, I like to go to the quarry, which is like, I believe the quarry is like 900, and the Aquafarm is like 700. What's that?
$900 or 900?
Hydrocone.
Hydrocone's my bad, but like 900 or 900,000. Like, what are you leaving out the 1,000 because
It's like 9 something. Like one's like close to 1,000, and then the other one's like 700 or 800, I think, something like that. So Rocky, so there is a base. So you're right with the 8 levels, but the levels start at a certain plane. So if I was to dig down, say, on one of these higher parts, so if I come over to something like here and I dig down, it's going to be more than 8 blocks. But that's not the ground level. This is higher than ground level. So 8 blocks from ground level is where tier 2 starts. So that's what I'm saying. You're right, but not necessarily in every situation. Give me a second. I'm just explaining something. So like if I dug down here, it's going to be more than 8 blocks. It's going to be like 10 blocks, because this is not like I'm standing on higher than ground level. So the way the tier system works is you have a ground level, and then you have dirt that's sitting above the ground level, and then obviously dirt that's below the ground level. So like ground level 8 blocks down is where your tier 2 dirt will start. But if you're not at ground level, it could be more or less depending on the level that you're at. So for instance, like where I'm standing would be probably like, if ground level is 0, this would be 2. I'd be +2. But then if I'm down here, I think this is lower than ground level by 1 block, which would mean that I'm at -1. So I would only go down 7. Yes. I didn't see that because your stream has stopped. But that is something that does happen. So this is something that's been in the game. It doesn't happen as much as it used to, but it's been in the game for a while. So what's happening is when you drop the bucket into your cart, it lands on the dirt, and that dirt goes into the bucket, even though the bucket's full. It has to do with dropping it. So if you dropped into the truck, it does that too. Sometimes when you drop it, like when I was playing on, so let me go back to mine. So when I was showing yesterday, and I was just doing it like this without the and I was just dropping like this, it will do that sometimes when you drop it outside too, and it's not doing it on. It just depends on how the dirt's sitting, and I don't know. I can't replicate it, but I do know that sometimes when I've done it this way as well, it has done the same thing. Maybe it's. Let me try this. So I think what happens is sometimes it wants to fill the bucket, because you can drop dirt there. It just did it to me. And now it's under the dirt. So I made it happen. So I think what happens is it tries to... Yeah. It's like, get me out of here. You're not going to find me now. Because it's moving around. So So you do have to watch it. There are, like, the game does have bugs. It kind of sucks because I would have to try and find that now. But, so, as you can see, let me go. Oh, it stopped. It stopped yelling. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. I'm gonna go check it out. You sent it on Steam, didn't you? Oh. Yeah, V Rising. Yeah, yeah. Wow, this is loud. Holy crow. Oh, that's where the sound. Holy crow, that was loud. Okay, so this isn't the game I was thinking about. So the one that I was thinking about is a vampire game, like, so it's a vampire game. It's kind of like Assassin's Creed type playstyle where you can like climb walls, jump on buildings, things like that, and you have to get weapons. You have to find weapons. So they like Call of Duty, you know, Fortnite type, where you got to go find your weapons, and the better weapons you find, the more like the stronger the weapons can be. Yeah, I'm just talking chat. So yeah, like that's the one I thought you were talking about, because it's it's vampire something or other, and it's free to play. Sorry, what's that?
Is it possible for me to put my cart in my hydro truck?
Yes, you can put your card in the hydro truck.
Sweet. Alright, you guys, I can jump it. Nice. Awesome.
You can also, in some situations, if you hold E, you can sometimes get your cart on top of a like a vendor, and it will sell everything that's inside the cart.
Ah, okay then. Pretty cool, I guess. Okay. Alrighty then.
Yeah, but it's not quite battle royale. Like, let me see if I can find. That's not. Come on, go to.
It's good for my original form of animation, but I can still do that original form early on.
Vampire, or Blood Hunt is what it's called. Blood Hunt.
Stay underground.
Yeah, that one. So like, so when you originally were saying, like, that's the one I thought you were talking about, but not the V. I don't have the V, what is it called? V something or other. V Rising. So
I imagine it would actually be pretty easy. Like, I mean, if I had the right parts to do so, I bet it would be pretty fucking easy to build an actual working hydro truck in reality, like an actual working water-powered truck. If I just had the parts to do so. Okay. I just flipped my vehicle. How do I unflip it?
you can unstuck, but if you drive forward and you press a direction, you can it will tip you in the direction that you're.
Alright, bro, so get this. I clicked unstuck and it spawned me right in Bridgeport.
Yeah. Let's go back to my raking. What-
I was kind of scared because I'm stuck without asking because you never know if it's going away. And you despawn and not despawn it, but like leave it where your truck was, but it didn't. So I got lucky kind of.
Your mic is really quiet.
Actually, no, I'm just far away. Is this better?
Yeah.
Alright, sweet. Okay, I'm pretty sure I still have enough to move into Moju's Aquifer, right? Let's hope that I do.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I was thinking, so I haven't, I upgraded to Windows 11, which was
985.
probably a big mistake. Not probably, it was a mistake. So I ended up losing a lot of my, like, I had to restart everything because everything that was on my hard drives got wiped. Hello, hello. Short bus. Short bus Bob. Okay. Interesting name.
Dunder, did they remove the water source? Because I'm not. Find the water.
The water source at Aqua, Midriff, you have, if you look at the sign, you have to actually dig down in order to get to it.
Oh, okay then. Alrighty then.
Yeah, that was a
1, the 2, and the 3.
big frustration with that.
Is there one, I'm guessing?
Sorry, what was that?
I'm guessing the 1, the 2, and the 3 on the maps are where the water sources are, I'm guessing?
Correct. And the 1, 2, and 3 is telling you that there's 3 different tiers. So your tier 1 is going to be to the left, and then your tier 2 is going to be in the middle, and then your tier 3 is going to be at the far right.
Alright, thanks, man.
I do understand how to use logic. My information on using logic is based off of prior to 2.0. I know they've added a whole bunch of new stuff, so I have been able to help people out fix some of their stuff. But
I forgot.
there are some new things to the logic that I haven't played around with. I know the principle behind it, but I don't know.
Oh well, I have like 12 hydro coins. I'll probably find this
If you have questions on it, like I can walk you through different items if you want. Like, what is your question on the logic?
hello, welcome to the call. Rocky109.
Sir, give me a minute. Somebody's asking question in chat about logic.
Logic's confusing.
Logic's not necessarily confusing.
Not meant to be confusing. Logic, the definition of logic is something that is meant to help.
Logic
either
in
people
games
or
is
machinery
illogical,
do
I'm just
something.
saying.
I mean, yeah, video game logic is not logical. You're right. But
So short bus boss or Bob, sorry, boss. You're the boss. What's your, like? Do you have a question, or are you just wondering if I know about logic?
wait a minute, what mistake have I just made? There are only Claudian pipes here. No.
I've just set up an auto fixer, and the only way I knew how to do that is because I copied. I saw someone stream with it, and I just remembered how you do it.
Auto filter? What? I mean, auto fixer? What? The hell? Auto fixers don't exist.
Love having
They can't
placed
hurt
it.
you. Auto
Huh?
fixers. Auto fixers don't exist. They can't hurt you. Auto fixers. That was kind of cringy. Kill me now.
Yeah. So there. I don't know how you are planning on
A very nice thing to say.
on accomplishing that.
Not you.
Because there's a few ways you can do that. Right now, if you were to use a magnet, it pulls the bar up with the magnet. So you can't use that outer smelter with a magnet at this point. It's not designed to do that, and I believe in the new patch that's coming out. I haven't tried it because I'm clearing South Hope right now so that I can actually build a whole logic system, because there's so much that you can do with the logic system that people aren't quite doing. Like right now, like I would say probably close to 90% of people that are using logic are only doing it to auto smelt, and they're only making like, or not auto smelt, sorry, auto repair. Which is good. If that's all you want to do, that's fine. But there's so much more it can do. Like what you're saying, it's a more complex way of doing it. It takes a little bit more to do it, but it's another thing that you can do with it. Now,
How much is my onyx?
it,
It's only 11.
I will say, like, so when you get to that point, if I'm still around, just let me know, and I can, like, if you get stumped with things, I can help you
2,000 hydro coins.
kind of troubleshoot any issues that come up. But to build it, like, logic is one of those things where you get the idea and then you have to implement it. And the ideas that I have are going to be a little bit different than the ideas that you have. So I can help you troubleshoot any issues. Most issues that you would have, I can help troubleshoot. But my suggestion right now, your best bet is doing it so that you can shut off the belts. So you use the logic valve, and then you use the weight. This sounds like what you're trying to go with. So after a certain amount of weight, you want it to auto smelt. So, and then once it's auto smelting, you want it to shut the line off so that stuff just doesn't keep flowing over. So you can stop the line from doing that. One of the things that I want to do is have a double line so that when it's smelting, it's sending it to another line rather than feeding it through, if that makes sense. And I don't know how possible that is at this point. In 1.7, they had a splitter belt that would send stuff like to another location. So my idea would be dropping it onto, like, so I have the high one and it drops it onto a belt. And when this line is smelting, then it'll shut the belt off before it. So, and then it will feed into the other line. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. And then that way you're always going. Sorry, loop the ground mats until it's open, till it opens. So with your idea, you also have to put delays into it because if you don't put a delay into it, like the auto smelter sometimes will take like 30 seconds for it to like reset after it smelts. But as soon as I get this plot like all flattened, this is where Rocky again, like this is what I'm talking about. Like, so the ground level, like in South Hope, like this was 2 blocks higher. So this, if I was to dig down, is going to go down further than 8 blocks. Your mic is working. It's still quiet, but I also have Discord at a lower because I am streaming.
Alright, I was about to do my intro. No need. It's not even really that much of an intro. Today I shall be playing Gary's mod. Ensuing upon some shenanigans. Niggas, why the fuck not? Anyways. I switched games like 2-3 times now.
Oops.
First, then Gary's mod. 3 streams in 1 day. It's not really. That's pretty high for me.
Oops. It moved at the last second. I wouldn't say the rake sucks. It's not optimal right now, but I'd rather have the rake right now than having nothing. To do this by hand, like, it would just be a nightmare. So the way I had to do it prior to 1.7 is I'd have to put like a block down on the level that I want to, and then use the pickaxe to like pick the dirt that's on top of that block. Like, it just, yeah. Give me a broken rake any day, and I like it. So the rake was in the game when it first released. It was something that, like, it was like a hidden Easter egg type thing. And I don't remember, because it was like quite a while ago. I don't remember how it worked then, but I think he just took the stuff like from that. So with the rake, what I'd love to see him do is one of a few things. So one thing is using the scroll wheel to either add, like in this case, like I can't remove the dirt. It can only add the dirt. I'd like it so that I could use a scroll wheel and then it would just remove the dirt. Rather than having to like play around and like nope. Yeah, like here
You got Gary's
I can't add.
my guy.
No.
Okay.
So I can't add dirt here.
Why not?
I want to be able to scroll though and add dirt. I've never got it.
Alrighty then.
Hey, what's up, Nintendo? Haha, that's a pretty cool name. So I'd like to have it so that you could use a scroll wheel, let's say, and scroll to add or scroll to delete. That would be a cool thing.
Not really that good, honestly.
From Ottawa in New York. So you're in New York, which means you would be near Ogdensburg, New York, if you're only about 30 minutes from Ottawa. Oh, Ontario, okay. Because there's a border crossing Ogdensburg, New York, which... Okay, yeah. So Rochester? Like, how close to Ogdensburg? Because Ogdensburg is, like, just south of Ottawa. A little bit more than half an hour, but... Anyways, what I was saying with the rake. So one of the two things with the rake is to be able to, like, scroll wheel to add or delete. Okay. I think that would be cool. If they don't do anything with it, just make it remove dirt. Don't make it add dirt. Like, don't give me this arrow up. Just make it all like remove dirt. So if it's highlighted here, it's just going to remove everything in that block. Because if that's the case, then I can just take dirt, shovel into an area that I've messed up. Like over here, for some reason on this plot, like on this save, I don't know if it's the same all the way. Like there was a hole here, but I can't fill it up. And as you can see, I tried filling it up with a shovel, and it doesn't go, like, even when I fill it up above it, I still can't, like, get it flat. It will only go down. Like, I can't add dirt. And that's why I was saying, like, I would like to have it so that I can scroll wheel and have it go up or down. Actually, I didn't try these. No, those don't work. I think that would be cool. And I think that would make the rake a little bit more useful if it just like deleted it, or you could use a scroll wheel to add or delete. And then you wouldn't end up with stuff like this. Nope. I want you. Thank you. Because like this doesn't make sense. Like this is a full block. Like nothing's being dug out, but I can't get rid of that. In order to get rid of it, I have to manipulate it. Well, Nintendo, welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. And that name's pretty epic name. I like it. Although I will say I'm not a huge Nintendo fan, but the name's pretty cool. So Short Bus Bob, um,
Oh, by the way,
did you play in prior to 2.0? And again, if there's things you guys want to see, like feel free. Like I know that this isn't the most entertaining watching somebody like use a rake to flatten an area. I've been working on this the last couple of days, doing a lot of other stuff in here. I'm just gonna disconnect from this server. I'm gonna log out of the server because I'm talking with chat. So we'll catch you later.
Alright, catch you later too.
So, like, I used to live in Ontario, and I wasn't far from the border. I was basically in between the two borders, and I used to go to Ogdensburg, New York, all the time. And there was a smokehouse that was in Ogden, or not Ogdensburg, in Rochester, New York. That was just amazing. Oh no. Yeah, Ogdensburg was always kind of rough. It was more of an industrial town. I actually went to school on that border in Prescott, Ontario, and you would look across, and all it was like industries. I believe there was a steel industry there. Yeah, I loved like it. It was like Rochester's a very Ogdensburg, New York is also a fairly small town. Like it's not that big, but I don't know why. Rochester just was such a small town, and it was, I don't know. I just enjoyed it. When I like the amount of times I went there, just like I would be bored and have nothing to do, and I would be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go for dinner. Let's go to Rochester," which seems kind of dumb, but it was good. That was all before 9/11, so it was easier to cross the border. You didn't need as much to. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I've never been to those locks. I've always wanted to go to those locks. I love like the water and like so in and around the Prescott area. There's like in Ontario, it's called like the Thousand Islands. I think the states calls it the Thousand Islands too. They have so many lock systems and so many like very old lock systems. It's actually really cool. I used to love going and watching like these massive like barges going along these locks But then you have these like little fishing boats, like 12-foot fishing boat, literally sitting underneath almost of a huge barge. It's pretty cool. Sorry about all the coughing and sniffling. I am getting over COVID, so that's why I may sound a little rough as well. Ah, wrong one. Nope, that didn't work. Darn it. Ah, it's not what I wanted, but that's okay. I hope everybody's having a good day. Enjoying, in my case, enjoying the nice weather that's coming in. I live in Canada. It's roughly about 15 degrees rather than the negative degrees it's been. And that's Celsius for anyone that doesn't use, or for anyone that uses Fahrenheit, I don't know what it would be. Yeah, the St. Lawrence Seaway. Yeah, that's so. The whole St. Lawrence Seaway has so many like shipwrecks in it, and that's one of the things that when I have a bit more time, I want to go scuba diving around some of those wrecks. Like, it just, some of the ships that are under there are just amazing. I had a friend that was a scuba diver, and he would show me pictures of like his dives. Oh my goodness. No. But the St. Lawrence Seaway is just amazing. But unfortunately, I don't use Facebook a lot. And that has to do with my family situation. Yeah. They as well, like if you're not too far from Ogdensburg, New York, in the summertime, I don't know how patriot you are, but in the summertime, Prescott puts on reenactments of the war because there was big war like when with the States and Canada, and one of the big battles was in Prescott because it's just south of Ottawa. But Prescott held off the States coming in. But they do an amazing job. I've never seen the Alex Bay one. I've heard of it. I've always wanted to go. I just have never. When I remember about them, it's too late. But the other thing is, like, I don't know if the states have the tour boat that does the Thousand Islands. If you ever have a chance to do a tour of the Thousand Islands, it's amazing. There's a house. I used to build houses, so I like architectural stuff. There's a house that a gentleman. It's like multi-million-dollar house, and that was back like today's date. It'd be like probably at least $100 million house. And he built it for his wife, and then his wife ended up getting, I think, cancer. But she got sick and ended up dying. So he went into depression, lived there, but then never finished it. So there's this huge mansion that's just amazing architecturally. And for the time, like the timeline that it was built in, like just really well done. But it's gone through. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I couldn't remember the name, but yeah, and it just the story behind it, and just to see it, like, just it's like when he built it, or when he started to work on it, it was beyond his time. I like the cove that he built in there. Like, everything about it, it's brilliant. Like, I like it. And the story's so rich and so, like, such a great story. Yeah. That's one thing I would recommend to anyone. If you're ever in that area, Thousand Island area, Bolt Castle. I probably pronounced it wrong. But it is an amazing story and an amazing place. I can't get this ledge to look better. Yeah. But you can't, like, it, when you know the story, you can kind of see his frame of mind as, like, it went on. Like, it just, again, like, it's just one of those things which It doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a great place. Especially if you like architectural things, like, or you just want to see a mansion, like. My light keeps going off. And I don't know why. Oh, I'm not paying attention. Come on. Nope. Thank you. Oh my goodness, this is like so tedious. Just rake, rake, rake. I'll be excited when I've got this all nice and flat. Let's finish this top row. Once I have this top row done, then the majority of this has been flattened. This has to be the least fun thing to watch. My goodness. I do appreciate everybody here, though. Thank you for being here. Again, anything you want to see me work on, feel free to make a suggestion. If not, I will keep flattening. Oh, don't do this to me. What? Come on. I wouldn't be dreaming about this. Click, 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 click. The other thing with this rake, it would be nice if you could actually do it faster. Like, for it to like take like 3 ticks to do it. Like, it's so slow. You gotta get that timing down right. I'm going to have to do a recording of once this is done. I'm doing a video on how to use the equipment in the game. And one of the things is using the rake. So I've already recorded a basic of how to use a rake, but then I'll do it before and after look at South Hope to show what can be done with the rake. Nope. Oh, come on. And you're gonna do this to me. Thank you. Okay, so your question is, can you get to Bedrock or Tier 2 before the drills won't work? I haven't been a block high. I have been a block high and they won't work. I put dirt under and around them. Okay. So, I know exactly what is going on, and just let me finish this little bit of a row and I will actually show you. I had the same issue and it was driving me nuts because I thought it would work and it wasn't working, and I'm like, what's going on? So first of all, okay, this will be the same whether it's a tier 1 or tier 2. I'm going to show you it on a tier 2 system. So let me go over to my other area and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is why I want to get this plot done, is because everything, like all of this stuff, I'd be able to show you on one plot. But unfortunately, that takes... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Forgot which plot I was going to. But I can put everything that needs, like everything you need to know on one plot. And that's my goal. That way when I'm streaming, people can be like, oh, how do you do this? Oh, perfect. Here, this is how it works. Rather than me driving from one plot to another. Oh, come on. Thank you. All right, now that I'm here, I can show you. Okay, so I have a tier 2 shovel, and as you can see, this place right here is tier 3. I can shovel this, but I can't shovel down there, okay? So let me just throw this over here. So if I go back here, like this is tier 3, but this dirt here, this is all tier 2 level, right? So in theory, by putting this, come on, rotate and drop down. Oop. Yeah. So by putting that there, like the feet are on tier 3, but the soil, like I can mine this. So, like I can shovel this. So all the soil that's underneath it is tier 2. Like it's at a tier 2 level, right? Like I can shovel all of this dirt, and that's like all tier 2. So theoretically, this should work. But when I turn it on, that clicking noise, and you can see the sparks coming out, it's the same sparks as this, and the same sound. It's because the feet are on tier 3, it will not work. And I did all kinds of things, and I'm like, why is it not working? I can shovel dirt under it. It is sitting on dirt that I can shovel. Why doesn't it work? You have to have it up one level above. So like here, you can see that it's like you have to have it one full block above your tier 3, or in your case, if you're using tier 1, you have to have it a block above the tier 2 dirt in order for it to work. If you don't, you're going to get that noise, and you're going to see sparks, and it's not going to work. But this works, and that's only one block higher than that. So that, I'm not sure why it works like that. In my opinion, it shouldn't work like that, but it does. But as you can see, I had a actually, does this work? It does. So this will go through tier 3. Interesting. Okay. I didn't try that before. But anyways, so this is tier 3 dirt down here. So you have to be one block above the tier 3 in order for it to work. So in your case, you have to be one block above tier 2 in order for tier 1 equipment to work. Does that make sense? Nope. Go. So they still have to have dirt underneath them, but you have to have a 1 block buffer in order for it to work. So tier 2 starts after 8 blocks down, which would mean that you would have to put your tier 1 drills at 7 blocks. No problem. Yeah, I literally, like, that's why there was a rake down there, shovel and pickaxe. I was like, why isn't this working? Because, like, again, like, I knew I couldn't put it under the tier 3 dirt, but I was playing around with everything, and then I realized you have to have it 1 block higher, which is dumb. But in theory, though, actually no, it does make sense. Sorry, it's not as dumb as I thought it was. So in theory, what you need to do is you need to put the drill on the top of the block before it goes to the next tier. So what it's going to do is then it's going to drill on that block. And I'll show you that on my plant over here. I don't know. Oh no, it's over here. So what he's done and what they've done, I don't know who's in charge of coding them, is when you put down, I don't have a rake on me, but that's okay. I can still show you. So when you put down a machine, the feet are sitting on the top of the block. Okay? That means that the drill is drilling the block below it. So that's why you have to have that 1 block buffer, because if you're putting the feet on, if you're using tier 1, putting it on tier 2 soil, then it's trying to mine that block that's below it, not the block it's on. Whereas the way I was thinking is when you put it down, like in this case, it's mining the dirt that is, like this one here would be mining that dirt that it's sitting on, not the dirt that's below it. But the way it's, most likely the way it's programmed is, what it's doing is it's mining the dirt underneath the feet, not underneath the machine. So that makes sense. That's interesting. I never thought of that. Because when you look at it, like, so this is 2 blocks high. So if I can get this to sit where I want it. So if this was a drill, it's not drilling any of the dirt at that level. It will be mining the dirt underneath. Okay, it will be mining the dirt underneath that level. Which makes sense. So the feet are just so wherever the best way to put it, wherever these feet land. So in this case, this is going to mine the dirt underneath it. So this is counting as if it was where the bottom of that feed is. That's where that block starts, and that's where it counts as mining. And that's why if you have those feet sitting on the tier higher, it won't mine it because the feet are sitting on the higher dirt, which means that it's trying to mine the higher dirt. So it's not as dumb as I thought it was. But it's still not, it's still kind of confusing, in my opinion. And sorry for the long explanation. I needed to talk it out to hear my thought, to wrap my brain around it. Yes, and again, like with the rake, it's finicky. So in my opinion, the rake works better to remove material rather than add it. Like if I wanted to try and add, like it only does like a small amount. Now that that's there, I can't add anymore. So I can't raise it up higher than pretty much I'm going to say a quarter block. But it would be nice. And again, like the ideal, like what I would love to see with a rake is like I'm sitting here, I can only remove, like I can't add there. Right? So, or here, I can only add, like I can't remove the dirt. I'd like to be able to use a scroll wheel and switch the arrow so that I can either delete or add. Rather than having to do this, I could just use a scroll wheel and it would just remove dirt. Or again, like if you've made a mistake and you need to raise it up, like to be able to, instead of having a red block, be able to use your scroll wheel to do it add, and then you add dirt to this block, like that, in my opinion, would be the ideal. So that would be the ideal for the rake. Like, and I don't think that would break the game, because people are already doing stuff like what I'm doing right here, removing like a whole ton of area dirt. So why not give them the ability to add dirt to areas to make it so that they can, for the people that want to make, so I'm doing this for a different reason than what other people would. Like Arnok, he leveled out the aqueduct area. Like that's again, that takes a lot. And Arnok's doing it because he wants to build something that looks good. He wants to walk into a plot and see a nice flat area, rather than walking in a plot and seeing all these bumps and hills and whatnot. So it'd be nice for people that want to do a nice area and build something that looks good on a flat surface to be able to create a level. So for instance, to be able to, like, for me, what I would use it for is to raise this area up. Like, I can only dig that down. I can't raise that area up. I would love to raise this area up so that this is flat, but to me, this looks stupid. But I can't, like, it won't allow me, like, even if I was to do this, so I can add dirt there, but then when I come up, it's going to remove it. So it doesn't actually allow me to bring it up to this level. And in my opinion, it'd be nice to just be able to scroll wheel up and add dirt so that I can make this actually level. Because, again, like, this whole little bit looks dumb. And I had the exact same issue over here, where it wouldn't allow me to do it, and I went to use a rake, but then I must have moved my hand or whatever, and then I ended up digging it down. So now I have a hole there that I can't fill up. And that's why I think if you were able to do that, I think that's where it would be good. Rather than having to try to manipulate things. And even adding dirt, like, I tried manually adding dirt and it wasn't working. Well, so smoothing off edges, that's what it does. Like, so it does smooth off the edges. So, like, when I do this, it is smoothing off the edges. So it's more the ability to use the rake as what it's intended, used to flatten out terrain. Okay, so I want to flatten out terrain, but why? So why are you not allowing me to raise the terrain up to where I want it to be, so that I can flatten the terrain out? Like, that's the thing. Now, again, I would be just as happy if they made it so that it only deleted dirt. So you can't do this and add dirt to it. It only deletes it. Because if it only deleted it, then that means that this would only be deleting, not adding. And I would be fine with that because, again, if I come over to this spot and I shovel dirt into there and then I put the block above it, it will just flatten it out. It'll delete that. Any extra, any higher spots, it will delete those higher spots. So that's what I would love to see for the rake. And then that would eliminate a lot of this, you know, add dirt, delete the dirt all around it so that, like here, it only adds. So if you add it at the bottom, you can delete everything on all around it. You know, like I shouldn't have to do that. But again, I'd rather have the rake than him remove it again. But with the smooth edges, you can see that it does give it a like a rounded corner. And even on the top, like if you look, there's a bevel on it. So I'm not sure what you're meaning by rounded corners or smooth edges, because it does have a bevel. It has an inside and an outside bevel to smooth out the edges on the stuff that is, again, like here, it smooths out the edges on here. So this is an outside bevel and this is an inside bevel. Hi Jinx, are you still in chat? Yes, not. Playing League. Are you, what mode are you playing in League? Oh, a smooth, yes. That would be brilliant as well. Change the shape so it's more of a ramp rather than so it ramps it. That would be cool too. I actually have a friend that works for Riot. He was a software, well, he is a software engineer, and we were talking. We actually had a LAN where we played League, and we were talking about it, and he was talking about how he wanted to work for Riot, and it wasn't like, I'm not saying I'm the reason why he got into Riot, but he had applied before, and I encouraged him to apply again because there was an opening in his field, and I'm like, just what harm can it do? Just apply, and if you don't get it, then oh well, there's no change. But if you do get it, then you're accomplishing what you want to do. So he applied and ended up getting it. I don't know what FS19 is, so I'm gonna say no, I've never played it. League I've played. I used to play League a lot. I played it when you actually had to buy the game. ARAM, yep. Hey, okay. ARAM is such a controversial, in my opinion, game mode. So it came from, I forget who it was, one of the pro leagues. They were playing like in the finals, and even if they lost the game, they were still going to go on to win the game. So the two teams said, hey, let's have fun. We'll do all random characters, and we'll all go mid and just have fun. They got banned from the tournament. So they were like top place, and they got banned from the tournament because of it. And it's like, and then like, I forget how many years, it was quite a few years afterwards. Oh, Farming Simulator. Yeah, no, I haven't played Farming Simulator. Sorry, I have played Farming Simulator. I don't know which one, but I haven't played it in quite a long time. And then now it's a game mode. So like you banned people, and like I believe the prize for that tournament was like $1 million prize. And the team that got banned would have won that $1 million, but they got banned because, like, so I understand, because it's esports. They're looking for people to play the game because that's what people are coming to watch. And at that time, ARAM wasn't a thing. People were coming to watch in, top lane and bottom lane and, roaming supports and different things like that. So I can understand why they would have banned them. But in my opinion, once ARAM became a thing, they should have gone and at least compensated them in some way for banning them. Like, and I'm not saying money. I'm saying like give them like an in-game skin for the characters that they played when they got banned. Like it just would feel horrible. That at least I would feel horrible, like, and it's like, especially knowing, hey, we got banned for this game mode in a tournament that we could have won $1 million, and now they've implemented it as an actual game mode. Like, well, but so I disagree with what you're saying. So when like that works after the fact. When you're live and something like that's happening, you have to act in that moment. And to stop them and say, hey, you guys have to play normally, like, they're like, no, we're playing the game the way we want to play it. So they would have had to let the match go out, and at the end of the match, that's when the consequences would have come out, because they know that they came to, and people don't know the what goes on behind the scenes when you play. Well, yes, but when you play a game on a competitive level, you sign contracts. And you sign contracts that you're going to play the game according to how the game is designed to play, and not abuse any mechanics in the game. So there's a whole contract that they sign. They know, even though they didn't think about it, they knew that by doing this, they're breaking their contract. But all they were thinking of is, we go on to the next round no matter what, so let's have a bit of fun. But it would be like going into work and you're hired to, say, be a welder, and you go into work one day and you go, oh, today I just want to be a carpenter, so I'm just gonna go cut some wood. Well, that's not what you're paid to do. Well, in what you're saying, it'd be the same thing as an NFL team going in and saying, oh, by the way, we're going to use a soccer ball this time instead of a football, or we're going to use a rugby ball instead of a football. Like, you can't do that, because that's not what you're getting paid to do. And there's rules that you have to follow, and there's contracts. Like, any sports player has to sign a contract, and in their contract it states, if you break these contracts, this is your penalty. And by doing what they did was a breach in their contract. And even though they got banned, like, they went on to win multiple like tournaments. So obviously, like, they knew what they did was wrong, and they didn't complain that they got banned. They were surprised that they got banned, but they knew what they did was like, what they did wasn't according to what they were supposed to be doing. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is like, you're absolutely right. Like, you can't do that in any sport, and it's called esports. So why do you think you can change the way the game is played by just because you want to do something different? Like, you can't do that in any job, or any, well, I can't say any job. There are some jobs that your boss may be like, oh yeah, if you think you can do it, go ahead, do it. But for the most part, like, you're getting paid to do something, you need to do that. Like, there's no... In that respect, no, it wouldn't, because there's like, what are you asking for forgiveness for? Sure, ask for forgiveness, but you're still going to get banned. Like, oh, sorry, it doesn't cut it. Like, because it would be the same thing as like, oh, sorry, I just robbed a bank. Oops. I didn't think I was gonna get caught. Like, the cops are gonna be like, no, that doesn't cut it, right? So asking forgiveness works in a lot of situations, but there are also a lot of situations where that just won't fly. Wait, okay. So you bring a good point. They could, like, if that was happening, they could surrender and they could forfeit. And that's perfectly fine. Forfeiting. So there's there's that fine line that you need to that you like, there's that fine line, and they just crossed that line, and it's all it is. So if they got together and one team decided, okay, like, there's no sense of us playing this out, because even if the top team wins or loses, they still go on, and the lower team, even if they won, they would still be at the bottom of the bracket. So the game really was a game that didn't even need to be played. But because it was new to esports, they needed that as a filler to get, like, basically to get the views, so to say. So the people that were sponsoring would keep sponsoring. And that's where the controversial, that's where it becoming controversial, that's where it came into play, is because it was one of the first, it was either the first or second season of LOL's esport events. So it was new. LOL was one of the first to be able to popularize esports, and the amount of money that Riot Games made off of the esports was ridiculous. So, oh, sorry. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you. Yeah. This- ARAM is a is a unique. Like, it's, everything on it's unique, and that is like the that's my biggest pet peeve of ARAM, is what you just said. Like, when you do have a tower, like, and they're just farming you, and they can end it at any time, but they're just farming you, and there's no rhyme or reason for it, and then your teammates don't forfeit, and you're stuck in a, like, hour-long game because you have jerks on the other side that won't end the game, and you have jerks on your team that just won't forfeit, even though there's no way you're coming back. Although I will say, I did have a situation in ARAM where like they were just farming and they literally could have ended it at any time. But then they got too cocky and like our team ended up with a 4-kill and we were able to end it because the game had gone on so long that everybody was max level. So like we were able to, because we did have, I think we had one of their towers down, and then because it was so far into the game, it took them so long for them to respawn that it just like we did end up getting a win out of that. But that's like 1 in a million. Like I think I'm pretty sure that only happened to me once. Yeah. And again, like it's just like the mentality of that, like it's like I'll be honest, I'm a person that doesn't want to surrender. But there comes a point where like if you just wanted to surrender, but if it goes on too long, like I'm like, no, like this is ridiculous. Like this is wasting my time. You're wasting my time now. Like end the game already. And then the dumb thing about League is when you're in a situation like that, if you're like, okay, I give up, I'm just going to sit here, you get punished for going AFK, even though there's no chance you're gonna win, and anything you do, you're just feeding them. So there's nothing you can do. There's a hair on my mic. So because there's nothing you can do, you try, like you're just like you give up, but then people report you, you get punished, and it's dumb. Well, I know, but when it gets to a point where it's like that far into the game, like minion farming is not going to do anything for you, and like so you're stuck playing a game where there's no outcome that's going to be favorable for you, but you can't do anything. So what are you going to do? Feed them. But if you go out to try and get minions, you keep getting killed. You're stuck. So I'm gonna go back to Short Bus Bob for a second. Yes, I'm new to the game. Had it for a few days. Took me a bit to get back. Had a gem. Tried to fix it with a magnet, but would crash a game. Okay, so my guess is you probably had like a bucket full of gems and maybe dumped them or something along those lines, and then it would crash. So that's a very common thing in Hydroneer, is if something happens and you end up with a bunch of one things. Yeah, okay, so you're talking logic as well. And I can't wait till they perfect logic a little bit better. Because right now the way it is, it's too finicky. It's like so I'll show you so I built a little bit of a logic thing over here. So I'll kind of show you. So I built this just to show, but if you do something like put something on in the wrong, so if I was to put it on before I put, so if I put this on before I put that on, then this isn't going to work properly. So I don't understand why that works. I'm going to remove this because I hate that sound. So I don't understand why you would have to put it into, or you have to build it in a certain way, or else things are going to fail. Because if you break down the system, this is just monitoring it. So this piece here, all that's doing is monitoring what's underneath it. So why do I have to build it in a certain way? Because this is not doing anything extra. And it's the same with this. All this does is it receives a signal. So why do I have to build it a certain way for it to receive a signal? I shouldn't have to. But that is what happens. And now this is working. Interesting. So again, this light wasn't working before, which it should have, because I've got this as set to if this is less than 5, then send a signal, which sends a signal to turn the light on. And this definitely is less than 5, so that's why that light's on. But it wasn't working before. So yeah, but again, like, why do you have to leave the game, like save it, leave the game, then come back in for it to work? Like it just, the logic system is not logical, in my opinion. It's fun and it's good, but to me, it doesn't make sense that you have to do it in certain ways, or else things aren't going to work. I helped a guy fix an auto repair, and literally all he did is remove every piece in it and then rebuild it, and it worked. But he tried saving and quitting. He tried going back. Like, he tried everything and nothing was working. And then all of a sudden he built it a different way. So he started with the spanner, and what was happening is when the spanner got the signal, it would use up all the spanners. So, like, I looked at his system. I'm like, the system was working fine in theory. Like, what it was reading the proper numbers. So it was reading the proper numbers, which was fine. Once it got down to his number that he put into the input here, it shot spanners. But what was happening is it wouldn't just put one spanner out. It would just keep throwing spanners, and it didn't repair the filter. So, and again, like, he tried everything and he couldn't get it to work. And then, like, you could see that the system was working, but the spanner wasn't. There we go. I got it. But the spanner part wasn't working. So I was like, okay, well, just break it down and try building backwards from what you did. So start with the monitor and end with that. And he did that, like, ripped everything apart, built it from the monitor to the spanner, and boom, it worked. And again, the logic system, like, it shouldn't matter which way you build it. The items, like, each individual item has a purpose, and this shoots a spanner. So as long as it gets a signal, then it will repair. But if you don't build it in the right order, it doesn't. Like, it's so odd to me. Again, like, with you saying that you like that, I'm assuming it's the idea of monitoring how many spanners you have and then having a light turn on. I will be honest, I'm not sure if that is actually if that's actually working properly. It's doing it now. It wasn't doing it yesterday when I was in this on this save file. So, but again, in theory, you can monitor your spanners. So, for instance, if I there we go. So if I had a farm going, like say I had a whole bunch, like say I had like 20 drills going over here, and I wanted to clear out this area, I could put a light where I'm working, or if I'm doing something else, I could put a light so that I could see, oh, and for me, I would set it, like, I would do it the way it's sitting over there. Like, I would set it to, once I get to 5 spanners, then the light turns on. And that way, if I'm not paying attention, like, so if I'm doing this and it gets down to 5, the light turns on and I miss it, then, you know, every once in a while I'll just look over, oh, the light's on, let's go check. And then that way, chances are I'm not going, like, 5 spanners worth is quite a bit. So, like, it gives you a long time. You would have to, like, not pay attention for a long time for 5 spanners to run out. But that's the idea. And again, like, I'm building this area to be able to do stuff like that, to show off. And even that, like, I'm knowledgeable with the logic system, but there's people out there that can do it better than I can. So I will never claim that I'm the best at the logic systems or even remotely close to the best. I know how the logic system works. And again, like, there's so much you could do. You could, like, with the way this is set up and with the items that are there, you could literally set up a clock. And you could put, so you could make a clock with, do I have the bends? Yes, I do. Oh, there's one here. Okay. So let's just duplicate a couple of these. And this isn't how it would work, but you could, there we go. If I made a full circle with logic pipes, I'm just going to do a small one. You would do it according to, like, so you'd want it, depending on how you'd want to do it. If you want to do a 60-second, then you could do a 1 second timer. And then what you would do is you would put, that's not going to work. Okay. I don't have any, okay, drop. Thank you. I don't have any straight pipes, which kind of sucks. No, that's not the one I want. I thought I had a T-pipe somewhere. Anyways, if I was to if these were, say this was a straight pipe, and you put a, oh, it's not gonna let me put that on there. Anyways, oh, there's, okay, there, there's the T pipe. Where did they drop? It's a, nope. Oh, they're there. So if you were to do something like this. Come on, thank you. Oops. And then added like lights to it on a bigger scale, obviously. Then you could send a signal in that on this tick it lights up. Then it'll light up the next one. It'll light up the next one, and you can do that by using this 1 second timer. So you'd have a 1 second timer to feed into the light, and then the lights would just light up in a circle. And then you could get even fancier and actually make numbers and make a grid. So if you made a grid of these lights, kind of like a LED panel, you could make an LED with what they have here. I don't know how well it would work. I haven't played around with it. I will be doing that on stream. That is one of the things I will do on a stream. And I will be doing a video once I get things set up. I'll be doing like Thursdays are going to be my Logic day. Like, let's play Logic. And it'll be focused on Logic. And one of the things I want to do is I want to build an LED screen. And then have different lights turning on according to what I am planning on doing with it. There you go. Eat at Joe-san. Like, I will be taking suggestions from chat as well on things like that. Make it Eat at Joe-san. Like, it's not going to be the prettiest because, as you can see, the lights and the spacing on them is not going to be like the next one would have to be here, so it's a big space. So at a distance, so like if I was standing out here, it would look better than being up close. But there's things like that, and I'm positive I can get stuff like that going. Because there, again, like it's not a like. That's not a complex system. But just like Minecraft, like in Minecraft, you can build a full computer in Minecraft. I won't be getting to a point where, well, I may get there. But I don't think I'll be getting to a point where I would be able to do like a calculator where you put an input in and then it will actually calculate that out. I won't be getting to that point anytime soon. But to make a sign, it's just a matter of turning lights on and off. So that's something that is very doable, very simple. Now, instead of Eat at Joe's, I'd probably do something like DT Gaming or something like that. Okay, so to answer your question, it depends on what's going to work for you. The way the gentleman, like, so how it worked for the person that I was talking about. Yeah, that's my fish. Is he had to start with this piece, with the piece that monitors. So he had to build it like this. So he had to put this piece on, then put the wire on, then put the T on, wherever my T is that I would use. There it is. So then he had to put the T on. And then he had to put this on. Then he had to build it into this in order for it to work. And then this was the last piece he had to put on. No, be nice. I wouldn't do stuff like that. Not me. Yeah, so again, there's many ways to do the system, and how you want to do it is up to you. I like the greater than less than, because in theory, so if you did equal to, use the equal to pipe, which I know I got it somewhere. Like if you were to use this one right here, the equal to, it works. But my thing is, what happens when the logic system so-called fails? Where there's a lag spike or whatever happens and it drops below that number that you have on here. Well, then it's never going to fire. Again, if you just do the less than, then that will work as well, but you want to set that a little bit higher. Yeah. I will agree with that. How do you know which to use? Again, it depends on what you're trying to do. So for a repair system, I would use a equal to or less than and have a lower number on here. If I was to do a less than, I would increase this number a little bit higher in case, again, like if I have it at 5 and something happens and it doesn't read properly, I don't want to go into 0, because as soon as my filter goes to 0, anything along that line is gone. It stopped. And the whole point of doing this is so that your system keeps running with minimal effort on your part. So again, like, so for a repair system, I personally would always use it equal to or less than. Then I feel safer putting this at a lower number and having, like, I would even set this as low as 2. I wouldn't do 1. Oops. I wouldn't do 1. I would do 2. Because again, if there's a hiccup and it drops down to 1, I want to make sure it's going to fire. But if I have it at 1 and it drops down to 0, then my system shuts off. And then it defeats the purpose of putting the logic in. So that's my thinking on why I would use an equal to or less than. But again, there's nothing wrong with using a less than. So a minus, which means that if this was up there, oops, if that was up there, it would mean that when the monitor is lower than the amount that you have on here, then it'll send a signal down into there. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that, and it works. It works. But again, I don't feel safe putting it at 2 because with an equal to or less than, as soon as it hits 2 or 1, it will fire. But if you set a minus to 2, it's not going to fire until it hits 1. But then what happens if there's a leg spike and it goes from 2 to 0? Then your system's going to shut down. So you'd want this to be like, I would set this to 5. If I was to use minus, I'd set it to 5. So again, like it's a preference. I feel more comfortable using equal to or less than, because once it hits 2 or 1, it will fire. So it gives me that extra buffer. Whereas in the less than 1, if I set at 2, it will only fire if it hits 1. But then what happens if it legs goes to 0? Then it's not going to. Then your system's going to shut down, and it defeats the purpose of having this system. The positive one doesn't really work with the repair system, so that's how you can rule something like that out. Equal to will also work on this system, because if it's equal to this number, then fire. But again, I don't trust the system at this point. And what happens if there's a leg spike and I've got it set to 2 and it jumps from 2 to 1? Then it will never fire. So so in my opinion, this is your least effective one. It works and it's fine, but this is the one that I would use the least. And again, it's because in my theory, if something happens and it misses that tick, it will never fire and then renders your system useless. So that's why the equal to or less than, in my opinion, it would be my number one choice, followed by the less than, followed by the equal to. Now, that's how you choose. So it's based on what you want to do. So for this system here, to monitor your spanners, it doesn't matter which one you use. You could use any one of these. You could even use if it's above that number, have the light on. Once it drops below that number, then the light will turn off. And that would work. So any one of them would work for this system. But then once you get into a more complex system, it becomes what you're trying to do with that system, and that would determine on which one you would use. So you can hook as many as you want to a control system. Arnok, I don't think he's in chat. He's been in chat last couple days. He built a system so I showed him how to build this system. He took this and has one of these. So basically, if you do this, come on, there we go. If you were to do, say, this, and then you have this built. Do I have another monitoring? I don't see it. So I know there's a wand on the ground. There it is. Blending in with one. So then it will allow you. Oops. we'll move this because this won't go on. So if I had another pipe, it would allow me to be able to do this, and then I could, and then you can have this go as far as you want. Right, and then this would go into there, and it's doing the exact same thing. And then you would put the equal to or less than. Whatever. I think you get the point. Then you can put the equal to or less than across there, and it's doing the same thing. So basically, this is looking for that, and then it would send the signal down to a spanner. You could also incorporate this. So instead of adding that one there, I could build this up. Oops. There we go. And have it feeding. So just picture this as a straight pipe rather than T, and have that also feeding into the same input. Yeah, right. Where did the one go? I know. Oh, there it is. So I could have this system getting the number from this as well. So once you put, like, what it is once you put one of these into your line, then what's going to happen is it's going to say, okay, so the number that's coming out of here, is that equal to or less than the number coming out of here? In this case, it wouldn't work. Like, this system wouldn't work because I have that there. But if you were to do stuff like that, you want to use things like this, so that, and this isn't going to let me put it on because it's not a straight pipe. There we go. I don't think it will let me put it on. Yeah. So you'd want to put it on a pipe. Like, so you'd want a straight pipe, and you would want to put it on like this pipe, saying only allow a signal to flow that way. So this acts, if you have any electronics, this acts kind of like a diode. It will only allow that signal to flow one way. And you'd want to set things like that up on a more complex system to help keep your system running at its best. So that's what I would do, is like, if I was to build a system like this and I had a straight pipe, I would put one of these on there. No, it doesn't let me to do it. I don't know why. She swallowed a fly. But that's what I do. I would put a diode, so to say, on it to only allow this to flow one way, because then that stops signals from going back into it, which could break the system. So, and thinking about it, the guy that I was talking about earlier might have been able to fix that issue with one of these set up. Okay, there we go. Nope, I want it that way. Having one of these set up, like a diode set up, so that it is only sending a signal down, might have stopped it, because maybe it was sending signal like the signal was going back and forth. Maybe, I don't know. I didn't think about that. So if you're having problems with your system and something's not working the way it should, then what you want to do is you want to add different things like that. Try adding one of these, saying, okay, I only want the signal to flow this way. Or I need this signal to go both ways, so I'm going to add this piece to it. Right? Because so like maybe for like this, how come I can't place any of these things? I don't know. Anyways, like, so maybe this weight, you want to have it constantly sending a signal both ways. So you want it to receive a signal and send a signal. Then you would want to make sure you put one of these on there so it can both send a signal and receive a signal at the same time. So again, it depends. You need to. So what I'd like to do with my logic, especially in this game, is plan it out. So what I start off, like, I don't write it down. I do it in my head, but it's like writing it down in steps. What's my goal? My goal is monitor and automatically repair a filter. Okay, so how do I get there? I need something to monitor it, and I need something to feed it. And then how do I get that to work the way I want it to work? And then that's where the pieces in between come into, because it's like, okay, do I want it to fire when it hits a certain number, or do I want it to fire when it's above a certain number, or do I want it to fire when it's below a certain number? So if you're trying to say, for instance, if you wanted to stop short bus Bob, if you wanted what you were saying earlier, how you wanted to stop the line when it was auto smelting, you would want to use a above. So you could set it to when it's above 100 pounds, send a signal to shut off the valve. And then on that same line, you could have it as a delay, and then you could put like a 10-second delay. Where's the delay one? I know I have it here. That's a 1-second delay, but there's a 10-second delay here too. So you could put a delay on there and say, so your system basically would be, once it gets to 100 pounds, turn the smelter on. Stop the belt. Delay the belt for 10 seconds. Like, put a delay on that, and it would delay the firing again of the belt for 10 seconds, and then it would fire it again. And that's how I decide how or what items I'm going to use and how I want to do it. Do I want to put on a delay? Do I want to put it on a input, or do I want to, because I believe what you've done is done it all on an input. So you have it monitoring how many items are going through and then having it triggered and fired on that. So so again, it just you that's why logic system is so hard to make videos on, because you can make a generic video on it and yes, it's going to work, but then everybody's going to just copy that and paste it into their thing, rather than going, oh, I can make this better by doing this. Oh, just a crusher, yeah. But again, like I was showing somebody about the gem crusher, and I used one of these that was sending a signal, and it was sending a pulse. But then I had it so that it would pulse, and then I had the delay on the belt. Appreciate the lurk. Nice. So for me, the least important thing to automate is the gem crusher, because that will just take as many as you want, and I will just manually, when I shut up the system off, that's when I manually just like set it. On 1.7 I had everything automated except the gem, and that's literally like I had everything set up at the gem thing that the system, I could shut the system off, turn it on, and then so when I was done, I just shut everything off and just manually did the gem. Yeah, so if you, because I know you said you were having troubles earlier with your gems and it crashed your game. What I would do is whatever system you're using to monitor and tell it when to pull the lever, what I would suggest on doing is running that same signal to a valve on the belt, and then have that turn off at the same time, but then then have a second signal going to the belt on a delay, if that makes sense. And then that way, what you're going to be doing is you send a signal to both of them, it stops it. And then you would monitor the signal, and if it's a 1, so you would have two systems on it, and then if it's a 1, which it sends a signal as a 1 or a 0, so it's either on or off. What I would do is I'd put like a system in like that where it'll be hard to show you without the proper pieces. But so whatever you're doing monitoring, it sends a signal. So it'll send a 1 to both the valve and the crusher. So they both shut off. The crusher turns on, the belt shuts off at the same time. Then what I would do is I'd monitor that line and have it so that, yeah, basically. But you can monitor it. Again, you can use these to monitor wires. And then you can set up this to say, if it's a 1, when you see a 1, delay for, say, 10 seconds, which would mean that it would send a 1 through, and then you would have a delay for 10 seconds, and then it would send a, if you see a 1, delay 10 seconds and then send a 1. And then it would, but only have that on the belt. Yeah, but that's why they created the gem crusher. That's why he implemented the gem crusher. My gem crusher's way over here. I can kind of show you what I'm talking about. It's not going to work because won't have it hooked to water. But I do have belts over there too. So for instance, I'll put I need you. I'm just going to, like, it's not going to be set up the way it's supposed to. Let's say this is your setup. Okay, so what you want to do is whatever your monitoring system is. So if you had, where's the weight one? Now, I haven't used the weight one, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. And I don't have the one that counts, like the counter. But say you had a counter on the top. Where's the weight? Whatever. I'll just put this up here. So if you had, say this was a counter, okay? And that was counting the gems. And you wanted this go off like on 100. So what you would do is you would have a line. Stupid ghost. You would have a line coming out of there. You would also have a line coming out of the, don't mind the, this is a delay as well, but so you'd have a line coming out of there. This would be hooked to both of them. And then what it would do is once this got to say 100, it would send a signal. And you would put, I don't have the valve here. You'd put the automatic valve on there. So that would stop this line. So the valve would hook into it and it would stop the belt. But on the belt system, and only on the belt system, you would take, I know I have two monitors. Oh, there. You would take this signal and you would monitor. No, come on. You would, that's too far. Anyways, you would monitor the signal coming into the belt. So you would have two signals, like two separate signals, and you'd monitor the one that's going into your belt and into your belt only. And then you would set it so that when you see a 1, then you would, and then you would use a delay. And this won't allow me to put it on it, of course. But anyways, so you would put this delay, the 10-second delay, on that. So then what would happen is when you see a 1, send a signal. And it sends a signal, and once the signal gets to this delay, it'll be like, okay, I need to wait 10 seconds and then send it. And that should give your crusher enough time to reset. And you can do that with, if you're going to do the auto smelting as well. If you're doing auto smelting as well, you can do that with auto smelting. And just, like, if you want to go basic, that's probably the most most basic you can do is monitor the line. And when it sees a signal, You put a delay on it. When it sees a signal, then send a signal through, but there's a 10-second delay, so it'll wait 10 seconds before that signal actually gets to your belt, which means it sees a signal, it's going to fire your smelter or your crusher, and then in 10 seconds it's going to send a signal to your belt. But they have to be separate. So I would have to do it kind of like that. So it would kind of have to be more like this would have to be a straight pipe. So this would feed into here, and this would feed into both of these. And then so that it's separate. This has to be on a separate, right? And then like with this system, that's when you would use like a both-way signal, right? So if you put a both-way, oh, it's gonna let me put it there. If you were to put a both-way signal like this, if this was on a straight pipe, come on, thank you. If this was on a straight pipe, I would put a both-way signal there, and then that way when this sends a signal to these two, it's also going to send a signal this way, which is what's monitoring this. And then this will come back into it with a 10-second delay. Yeah. But you may actually, as I'm saying this, you may not even need to monitor. You could do it this way, so that when this sends a signal into these, it's going to send a signal this way. Then that's when you put this on the 10-second delay on the other side, so it sends a signal in, and when it goes, wait, oh, I need to wait 10 seconds, and then have it sending it back through. Now, I wouldn't put it back into itself. I would literally do it this way, so that it comes back in rather than going from here and then back in looping itself, because you may end up with some problems. But if you're going to do it this way, then you would also want to use the one-way direction. So going into it, you'd only want this side to go in this way, so that this system, when it comes through, it's not sending it back into here. Because then what will what you don't want to happen is this sending a signal to both of these, and then this sending a signal back into this. But because you don't stop it, like put a stop going this way, oops, sorry, it would be only flowing this way. You want to stop the signal from going back to this, because then what would happen is this sends a signal in, both of these shut off, like this turns on, your conveyor belt shuts off, waits 10 seconds, comes back in, but then if you don't stop it from going through here, then what will happen is it'll go to both of them, and this will turn back on, and that defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do. So you have to play around with it to make sure that the signal is going from whatever your monitoring device is, whether it's the weight, whether it's the counter. You want that sending the signal into both of them, but then having the signal coming from, they're going through another kind of loop to loop it back into this, so that it will turn on 10 seconds after this turns on. Anyways, I'm going to end it here because my throat is really starting to hurt. I hope that gives you enough information to be able to accomplish your goal. Conveyor belts are in Bridgeport. I will show you that. Oh, I hit something. Yeah. Let's run over things. Thank you. I didn't make it easy to get out, adding those things in. Oh, you found them? Okay, good, good, good. I will save, go to the menu. I appreciate everybody being here. Thanks again for stopping in. Hopefully I was able to help you with that. Short Bus Bob, thanks for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Yes, so the way I always recommend is get it's called the Harvester. So it's one that shreds it. Get that one first. You have to play around with it to, like, if you remember in my stream, I had to put dirt on there and then shovel some of the dirt away to be able to get it sit so that the bucket picks everything up. If you're at that point, then you're really at a point where you're not worrying about sorting yet, and so you're not worried about sorting yet, and you're just worried about getting as much as you can so that you can get the sorter. And then once you get one sorter, I was able to get two with the amount that I was doing. That was within half an hour of feeding the line. But once you're able to get one sorter, then you would sort, let's say, iron, or you would sort the gold, or whatever item you want to sort, you sort that one first. And then you would create what you want to create. Because if you create a sword, you're going to get more out of the iron than selling the iron itself. Same with the gold. You're going to get more by making a necklace than you are going to a ring. So you just want to sort one item, and then once you've got a bunch, then what you can do is you take, so if you're sorting iron first, then you would take the iron off, put the gold on there, and sort the gold. And then, like, dump the bucket on the belt, and then it would sort. No, there isn't. Sorry, there's a sorter. There's a hand sorter, and I would not recommend spending the money on a hand sorter. You're better off just putting it into a bucket and selling everything in the bucket than using the hand sorter. In order for the hand sorter to work, it shoots it quite a ways. So in order for you to make the hand sorter work, you have to do a whole bunch of stuff. So at the starter plot, so I'll show you. I'll go to my save, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So this is the only place where you can get these machines, and that's at the starter, like the starter area. That's the only places. And this is the harvester. This is what I'm talking about. So the harvester is the first thing you want, and then the drill would be the last thing you get. I would get a harvester and then a sorter, and not the hand sorter, which is this, in my opinion, this is just garbage. It's more hassle than it is good. Because in order for you to So in order for you to make this sorter work, you basically have to, I'll do kind of a little bit of a mock-up. So in order for the sorter to work, you have to have it blocked off, because it just shoots everywhere. So you basically, what the sorter does is it shoots stuff out of this side and this side. So you need to block it off so that it doesn't shoot, because this will literally shoot out to here. It's ridiculous. So you would have to get a whole setup where you do something like this, and then it's going to hit the back of the block and then fall into the bucket. It's still going to go everywhere but the bucket, and then you also then have to put a bucket on this side and something blocking it so that it shoots, it'll hit the back of the wall and fall into a bucket. The forged iron dirt shredder. So there's a forged iron harvester and a forged iron drill. I don't know of a dirt shredder. Like, that's what this does. Like, this is what this one does, is it is a shredder, so to say. But you're saying this isn't what you're talking about? Not this machine? Now, it may, like, if you're using a different translation, it may translate in English to shredder. You were asking if the shredder was needed alone with that machine. Again, like, I'm not sure what the shredder is you're talking about, because the only machines that there's a harvester. You have a harvester, unless you're running a 1.7, you have a harvester, you have a drill, and then you have boosters. Those are only things that you can create. And all of these other... Oh, sorry. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about. Yes, my apologies. The attachment, yes. I just saw your thing just as... No, you do not need the shredder. At this point, the shredder is pretty much useless. So if you're using buckets, you're creating a four dirt chunk. So each shovel is one dirt. Using a shovel on a belt, you're just putting one dirt chunk on it. If you're using a bucket, it goes to 4 dirt chunks in one. What that shredder does is it will shred it down to a smaller chunk. So in 1.7, you wanted to break it down into smaller chunks because the machines, the so-called tier 2 machines, would send out a huge chunk. So you needed a shredder to break that down, because a big chunk going into a harvester yielded the same as a small one shovel chunk. So that's what those shredders are for. And in later patches, it may become useful. Maybe in the tier 3, maybe the tier 3 sends out like a big boulder. And I'll show you what I'm talking. Oh, I can't because I don't have the. Hey, let me go back to the starter plot again, and then I can show you what I'm talking about with chunk sizes. Now, in 2.0, the chunk sizes are still very, very small. Oh, is that bucket back? My bucket's back. No, it's not. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the other one because it's easier to show. Because I have stuff set up that I can show you what I'm talking about. Two-wheel driving, oh yeah. I turned the truck into a motorcycle. I'm just gonna take these off. Okay, so, oh, I do have chunks on the ground. So these are one small little chunk, but if I stack them, now that's 2 chunks in there. Then I can stack it again. That's 3 chunks into there, and you can see that it's getting a little bit bigger. Oh, there we go. And the more I add to it, the bigger the chunk's going to become. So prior to, like, so you can see how that's bigger than this piece here. So the more you add to it, the bigger it becomes. Now it doesn't get as big as it did in prior to 2. So that's as big as this chunk will get. Let's shut this off now. So this is as big as this chunk's gonna get. So what that shredder would do is, if I'm constantly putting chunks like this, it would break this down into smaller pieces. But the way it's working right now is usually, so I don't think I have a pickaxe here. Unfortunately, I took the truck that doesn't have the pickaxe. So if I take this big chunk and use a pickaxe on it, it just disappeared. Where did it go? That's sad. Let's build another one. So if you use a pickaxe on this dirt, it will break it down into smaller pieces. Oh, it went into this bucket. Are you kidding me? There we go. No, you don't need a digger. You just need a shovel. So if you have a harvester, a belt, you do need a belt. So you need a harvester and a belt, and you hook those up. Then that's all you need to be able to do that. Okay, so this piece of chunk has more dirt in it than just one piece of dirt. So if you take the way that those shredders worked is it would do this. See how it's breaking it down into smaller pieces? That's what the old shredders did. But the new shredder that you're talking about just basically takes this bigger piece, and instead of breaking into smaller, like individual smaller pieces, it just makes it smaller. So it doesn't actually accomplish anything other than making this smaller. So you're better off just running this right into the harvester rather than trying to break it down. Because these machines only do a one chunk. Your shovel only does a one chunk. So you don't need to worry about breaking it down to smaller. And it's just like, it's the same thing as the ones that center it on the belt. You don't need those either. Does that make sense? It really, again, this comes from practice. So this is the shredder that you're talking about right here. You don't need that. Oh, come on, it went back into the bucket. So I'm going to go back to the starter area because I do have that set up on this one, and I will kind of show you how to avoid it building up on the belt. Come on, you can do it. So, if you're shoveling, oh, there's no belt there. There's belt there, but not here. Okay, that's not a belt that I need. Let's just duplicate this belt. Okay, so now this is working. This is why I like to stand on top of it, because what I do is, like, if I was to put it here, it's going to fill that up. You have to make sure that when you're shoveling, it's going to stay there now. When you're shoveling, that this is highlighted. So you can see how it's orange. So if you have this highlighted, doesn't matter what you do, it will put it onto the belt. So no matter like where I put it, as long as it's highlighted, so you can see that my cursor's even off of it, as long as the belt is highlighted, it won't stack. So if I'm underneath, it's the same principle. If I have it so the pipe's highlighted, it's going to put it on there. So that's not going to be. But if I'm aiming at the bottom corner, it put it up, like you could hear. Like if I'm putting it on the bottom corner, it puts it on the top. So as long as the belt's highlighted, doesn't matter where, as long as that's highlighted and nothing else is highlighted, like the pipe. And this is where, like, when you're doing this, you don't want to hammer them down because or this pipe down, because you want to be able to see where you're putting it to make it work. Step back. I want to see how you have that attached to the belt. All it is the belt's just sitting on top. So I bring the water in, drop it down into there. Now on the bigger setups, you don't want to do this. This is only to get you started. So you run your water in, you bring the pipe into there. Again, like, this is not the most ideal because this is just showing people. So I just throw it in and that's where it landed. So if I was trying to optimize this, I'd actually bring that pipe into like right here, the intake pipe. But for the belt, you basically want 2 elbows going into your harvester, and then the belt will sit on top of that. And then that feeds both of them. And then this is where, again, like, starting off, standing on top and looking down on it, you're not going to, if you're standing on the top, you're not going to get the pipe underneath. You'll never get the pipe underneath. So if you're having that problem, because you don't need to do this for that long. As you can see, if I do this just a little bit, like, look at the pile that's building up under there. Right? Like, it doesn't take a lot to be able to build up enough to get to this part. And this is what I was talking about with the sorting. So if you only have one sorter, do I have a empty bucket? Yes, I do. If you can only afford one sorter, do it. Like, so I'll drop everything in there. No, you're not all in. So if you only have one sorter, oops, what is going on? Why aren't you going into the bucket? If you only have one sorter, let me turn this one off here. Unhook the intake. And put the intake on this. What you want to do, so right now it's going to sort gold. Gold's going to come off this side. All the rest is going to go down here. So again, you can get fancy. You can get a a magnet on a stick to make it easier, or just shovel a little platform. And then put the bucket on this platform. Again, using your rotations, get it set up in a more ideal way, and then drop it. And that didn't quite drop where I wanted. So this might be a little too high. But anyways, I'm not worried. So you set it up, fix it to where you need to, and then again you're still gonna have your belt in that from your setup. Digging for 4 hours, yeah. Then you just dump it on. You see, it was a little high, and this stuff. Where's my magnet? There we go. So the gold goes into there. Everything else comes either into that bucket or on the ground. And then what I would do is put everything back into that bucket. So put everything into that bucket. And then now take, not the whole piece, but that's okay. Take that nugget off. Now I would keep the nuggets aside. Just keep one of each type of material off to the side. And then that, anyways. And then what I would do is I would put the iron piece on it. And then take this bucket now and dump it back on here. And now the iron's gonna go in, and then everything else is gonna come out here, right? So that's the idea of what you want to do. So you only need one of these to really accomplish the goals that I'm saying that you need. Yeah, you can rotate the splitter. You can set up anyway. Well, this is just going to get you to where you need to. Make sure you change it out, because this has gold and iron in it. All that gold is gone. It's no good now. It's only going to do the iron. So you lose a lot by doing it this way. So I'm just doing it to show you what you'd want to do. Is you would want to, after you sorted iron, you would take it, you would bring it over and smelt it into a bar. And then either if you had another one of these, or see, that's done now. That's a small gold bar. It actually did the gold, not the iron. So in this case, all the iron is wasted. This is nothing weight wise. You lose a lot by doing it the way I did. So you want to so now this is where I would take this and put this on here and have it sorted again. And then that's a way you're going to maximize it. So you start off with this, and again, if you're having problems with it building up, like you could see the dirt in there from when I was showing you, it's because it's building up underneath. If you're facing it on something else, it's building up on another item. So in this case, like if I had that highlighted, it would put the dirt in there. Or if the harvester was highlighted, put it on the side of the harvester. So that's why for starting out, if you stand on top and you shovel from on top onto here, just like that, it will work. Hi Jinx, does that make sense? And is that helping? That's the other thing. Nope, that didn't work the way I wanted it. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. It's so I will be honest, I don't know how long Twitch is actually going to be a streaming platform. They're not making money, and so Twitch is owned by Amazon, and if Amazon's not making money, then they're not going to keep it going, and it's not actually making the money, and their viewership and everything is going down. So there's been a lot of things like delays and frame drops, and it's like, so I haven't noticed a lot of frame drops, but there a lot of streamers, especially when you're looking at like thousands of people, you end up getting like frame drops, and then everything starts delaying further and further and further, and then it gets messy, and it's getting worse. So I don't know why it's having so many problems and why people aren't getting it fixed. It seems like this has been going on for quite a few months now, and like especially a lot of the bigger streamers are getting like so many frame drops, and the bigger streamers, it's not on their end because their computer and their internet can handle it. It's on Twitch's end, and Twitch's end, it's like the servers are not able to handle the load that it's getting. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with my end. Like my end, so my OBS that I'm running, when I put the volume on, it's instant. It's right there. But on Twitch, there's a delay. And in Twitch, I can set a delay, so I can make it so that there's a 10-minute delay. So it used to be a big thing that Twitch streamers that were streaming things like Call of Duty and things where you could stream snipe. What is that? There's a pirate game that was big, and people would put a delay on their stream, a 10-minute delay, so that if you were trying to stream snipe them, everything was delayed by 10 minutes because people were doing it so much that it was wrecking the game. Sea of Thieves, that's the game that I was thinking about. So I noticed it as well. Like, so when I'm setting up my stream, I listen to it on the channel to make sure that it's going through, and there's a delay. And the longer you stream, the longer that delay ends up becoming, because their server can't handle it. So what it's doing is buffering the video I'm sending to it, and that's why there's a delay. Which is kind of dumb. But again, I don't know what's going on Twitch end, but that's what I've noticed. And again, like, the longer a stream goes for, the further the delay is. Sometimes by hitting refresh, it will remove some of that delay, but there's always going to be a bit of a delay. Reflective Plank, great to have you here again. And I will look into the game, and maybe we can get a couple games in. But I still have a lot of work. So I've moved my stuff around. I used to be in the corner, and I had a green screen behind me. But when I say green screen, it's just green sheet or a green material that I sewed together. It doesn't have to be pretty at the start. At the start, it's all about getting enough coin to where you can start automating everything rather than standing there shoveling onto a belt. That's a whole point of the start. So again, like, this is not pretty at all, but this is a lot better looking than this. But this is where I start off. So once you get further and further, you just slowly upgrade and upgrade and upgrade and add to it and change things. And but anyways, the green screen. So what I need to do is I've got this stuff for it. I just got to build it. So I bought green material, the same color as the green screen material. And what I have to do is I've got to pull like a thick 1-inch dowel is all it is. So I'm going to sew kind of a loop, make like a curtain, so to say. So sew that around both the top and the bottom of the material, and then have a pole in the middle holding it up. So the pole at the bottom is going to hold weight on it so it doesn't have the wrinkles, and then it'll all be held up by like a stand. I just have to get to it to do it. So now that it's working, I'm going to head off. You guys have a great day, great having everyone here. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs, the gifted sub, the prime sub. Greatly appreciated. And let's see if I can find somebody to raid. No one that's playing anything that would be raidable. So let's find a raid. Let's find somebody that's playing Hydroneer. Yeah, definitely see you tomorrow. I got to figure out which days I will be streaming. I will be taking, like, I won't be streaming 7 days a week. I'll be taking a couple days, and that will be so that I can do video editing and stuff like that. I rated that guy last time. Building a dwarf kingdom. Let's see what this person is like. So this guy seems fairly new. Well, actually, no, maybe not. He's very. Yeah, he's on the first plot. So let's raid him. We will raid this gentleman. Go to, no, come on. Thank you. Raid. Look this gentleman up. Boom. All right, thanks again for being here. Great to have everyone here. Great conversations. Man, everything from Hydroneer to the Seaway to Lux, like it was great. It was a great day. Thanks for spending with me, and let's go to the raid.